Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. Welcome to our first Wednesday of the fall meet. Scott and Gabby with you. It is Wednesday, which means the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's. Don't forget to take advantage of that. $10 to enter. It's available over at Wagering Central here on the first floor of the grandstand, and you'll participate in the final 6 races of $2 win and place wagers in that. So final 6 races, $10 to enter, and 100% of the pool is paid out to the top 10 players. That presented by Malone's. But I've got 265,000 reasons to be excited about this card here today.
Heck yeah.
Early pick 5 carryover.
It's hard. You're going to have to really do some handicapping, hopefully be creative. It is not an easy sequence. We'll go through it. You and I have dueling pick 5 tickets that we're going to go through. It's challenging, but there's a lot of money on the line today.
Expecting the pool with this carryover from Sunday to get over $1 million, $1.2 million, somewhere in that vicinity. And the great thing about it is you don't have to wait. It starts with the first race. So you have to get after it, and it's going to be worth it because of the depth of these fields, and especially, in my opinion, that 5th race. 5th and final leg of the early pick 5 is very, very difficult as far as that 1 1/8 turf event is concerned. So we'll talk more about that. As Gabby said, we'll have tickets for you. But let's go back to Sunday here on Fall Stars Weekend.
This is why we have a pick 5
in
carryover.
Race number 3, Zealous Moon striking at 49-1 in the 3rd race, part of that early pick 5 sequence.
The race 1 winner, I think, was 23 in that range, 25-1. So the early pick 5 was very tough. Zealous Moon for Riley Mott, paying $101 to win. Moving on to the Indian Summer, we saw Governor Sam get a big win, and a big win, of course, for Jockey Paco Lopez.
4,000 career victories, came with quite a celebration. It was great to see the jockey colony come out and celebrate with him. They even did right after the wire. They're all patting him on the back as they were on the gallop out as well. Idiomatic was back in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. She dominated this field, now becoming a 2-time Juddmonte Spinster winner in the last 2 years for the connections at Juddmonte.
Yeah, people were saying she had lost a step. I don't think so. She absolutely dominated that field. And then Minaret Station coming with this impressive closing kick. This was quite a ride by Christian Torres, zigzagging through traffic, originally wanting to go up the rail. That hole closed, so he came on the outside and pulls off a big upset. Will Walden heading to the Breeders' Cup.
After 3 days of racing on opening weekend, this is what the jockey trainer standings look like. Tyler, he's 1 in front of Luis Saez and Jose Ortiz. Corey Lanner with a pair of wins. Florent Giroux with 2 as well. Brad Cox, 1 in front of Cherie DeVoe. Chad Brown with a couple of Grade 1 wins so far this meet, having won the First Lady in the Coolmore Turf Mile. Brendan Walsh with a pair. Joe Sharp with a pair. So I believe we have had 31 races so far this meet on Fall Stars Weekend. So that's what it looks like right now. Cherie's barn's rolling, Brad's barn's rolling, and the key players there that we see as far as on the jockey side of things, Tyler, Jose Ortiz. Irad's not been here all that much, though. Right?
No, I don't think he was here at all opening week.
That's right.
So he's starting today, and I believe moving forward for the rest of the week. And we kind of saw that even at Kentucky Downs. There were a couple of different riders vying for that front running, the lead position on the jockey standings, and then Irad comes in and wins 4 or 5 or whatever, however many he did in a very short amount of time. That's how it goes here because the riding colony is so strong. All it takes is one day for one jockey to move ahead.
Let's go to WKYT for the Wednesday weather.
Here we are, the first Wednesday of our fall meet out of Keeneland, and it is going to give you all the feels of fall because we're going to stay right on track to keep temperatures at a very normal level out there with daytime highs that are going to run in the low 70s. So here's what to expect out at the track. I think we're going to end up in the low 70s by around 3 o'clock, 72 degrees, but then you look at that 6 o'clock temperature. We go all the way down to around 69 degrees. So right around the first post time when we get there at 12 to 1 of course being the hour for that, you do look like you're going to stay pretty comfortable those mid and upper 60s. But here's the thing, the skies, they look as clear as what we have virtually behind me here. No major issues. So good luck out there.
Yeah, a lot cooler conditions than what we had on opening weekend, and expect that to continue on through the rest of this second week of racing this fall. Track conditions presented by John Deere. Main track fast, turf listed as good. to start the day. So I would assume they have went out there and watered the turf course a bit after it being so dry this past week. So fast and good to start the day, presented by John Deere, our track conditions. Full card selections, here they are. Download the Keeneland Race Day app right now. It's available on your smart device, whether it's your tablet or your smartphone. And race number 3 is the...
Only race.
And race 8.
Oh, and race 8. Oh, yes.
3 and 8.
And race 3 and 8. And, I mean, maybe if you and I were playing an early pick 5 ticket, we'd lean on the 3 and the 3rd, because outside of that, it's very tough.
Give us a follow on X at Keeneland Racing, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram. Get some pretty shots there on Instagram each and every race day and throughout the sales, as well as we're coming up on the November sale in just a few weeks' time after the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar. And don't forget, we'll have that Breeders' Cup sale as well on the Wednesday of Breeders' Cup week. FanDuel TV, if you don't have FanDuel TV Plus right now, download it on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. You'll be able to catch great race day coverage each and every race day here at Keeneland, in which Gabby and I are part of over there on the FanDuel TV side of things here during Keeneland. Race number 8, it's our featured event. It is a 1.16 turf event, first level allowance condition for 3-year-olds and up. There are some scratches: Ninja Star, the 2, the 7, the 8, the 12, the 15, a few draw in. This race also features horses, well, no rider changes in here. I'm confusing it with an earlier race, but nonetheless.
This had 16.
16.
No, sorry. No, the 13 draws in, the 14 draws in, and the 16 draws in. The 15 is a scratch in terms of the also eligibles. But I don't believe that there are any rider changes.
Green Light, the number 1 horse, 5-2 on the morning line for Rudy Brisset and Peter Blum. And this is a horse that I just think comes out of tougher competition. I mean, just keeping it simple. He's a 3-year-old facing 3-year-olds again here today, and 3-year-olds and up, but primarily 3-year-olds in this group, keeping it with the sophomores. In fact, there's one older horse over an Ollie for Al Stahl. There's a horse that broke his maiden for 40. But Green Light comes out of a Saratoga race back going to the 24th of August, and he was beaten by Donegal Momentum, who would go on and win the Giaponti Stakes out of that race. So this is live form. He was 3rd behind Cameo Performance, a horse that he's run well against a couple of times in the past. He was 3rd in the American Derby at Churchill Downs at the end of June. Pretty straightforward horse. He's got speed. He holds position. I mean, outside of his debut, when he was sprinting on the synthetic at Turfway Park, he's not run a bad race. He's finished in the top 3 each step of the way. I'll lean on his consistency. He's got a good race here at Keeneland in the past as well. And down on the inside, we'll see how he fares here today. The 6th, the second choice, that is Clever Mischief for Chad Brown. Another one that makes a lot of sense, having come on in those 2 races on turf after being debuted on dirt. And then the number 9 horse, Sovereign Joys for Mike Maker, a runner that also has picked things up in the last couple of races this summer here in Kentucky over at Ellis Park. So 1, 6, and 9. That's the idea for me in the nightcap in our featured race.
I also go to the 1 Green Light for Rudy Brisset. This horse has just been incredibly consistent, as you mentioned, since he stepped foot on the turf. I remember talking to Rudolph before his maiden win at Churchill Downs, and he thought that he should have won that maiden special weight here at Keeneland. He thought he had a bit of a trouble trip, and then he comes back and wins that turf race by 10, a very gaudy-looking 10. He's very nice. He's tactical. He doesn't need the lead. If someone decides to go, he can sit the pocket trip. There's a lot to like about him and the productivity of his last race. Also, you mentioned Cameo Performance. Brilliant Birdie is a really nice horse who won at Kentucky Downs. So his company lines are, I think, outstanding in this race. I'll throw in a big long shot in second. The 3 Big To Do. This horse only has 1 start on the turf course, and it was actually a brutal trip. This horse was checked back to last, had no room to run, and he was running late. I know it says 3rd beaten a length. This horse easily could have won or have been 2nd. And I think if you like Khatib, who's going to be 5-1, a fraction of the price, who we ran against in that race, he ran better than Khatib, and he's going to be a better price. So keep the 3 Big To Do in mind, and then also the 6 Clever Mischief I'm going to throw into the mix. But Voltage, the 4, first time for Mike Stidham. This horse is a little interesting because of this workout here at Keeneland. We'll show you this. It was 46 seconds flat. You can see that this horse is a turf horse, Scott. Kind of that stabbing the ground action. But it seems like he did this well within himself, and maybe that's encouraging for him to step back on the turf with the new connections today.
He's been training at Delaware. He's got this one published workout at Keeneland locally where to really pick things up. He gets Lasix for the first time in his racing career. And his West Coast races, he was running in graded stakes races primarily, including the Baffle Stakes behind Stay Hot, who's been one of the more consistent 3-year-olds that we have out there on the West Coast. So, yeah, don't sleep on Voltage in a very wide open turf. The turf races have been so wide open. There's so much good form. I mean,
it's from everywhere.
Love the turf racing, and especially at this time of the year here at Keeneland Racecourse. That's a look at the feature. For more on it, let's go to Tom Leach.
Green light comes off a lifetime best buyer speed figure in his last start. His trainer's Rudy Brisset, who says the addition of blinkers has been a help for this horse.
Yeah, one of the main things with him, he was a little late on switching lead left to right. He always been very smooth right to left, but a little late left to right. So we give him the chance to learn how to do that without the blinkers. And then after a couple of weeks, we decided to add them, and we have seen a big change since.
Cathede comes in with a bit of ascending form as well for trainer Brendan Walsh. The 2 starts back, this horse was second to a well-regarded runner at Hershey. The subsequent race at Horseshoe Indy, Walsh says there was a bit of a problem.
Yeah, he got a little trouble at Indiana. Looked like he could have. He was maybe the best horse in the race, but you know he's taken a while. He's gained a lot of experience from these races, but I feel that he's moving up, and you know, I think he's a horse, once he gets a win or two under his belt, he could be a very, very useful horse.
Looks like a well-matched field in the allowance feature on the Wednesday card. Good luck.
Moving into our key races on this Wednesday afternoon, I'm going to go to race number 7, part of the late pick 4, pick 5 sequences. Obviously starts the late daily double here this afternoon. This could easily would be considered a co-feature to the final race of the day. Second level allowance race here, going 6 furlongs for these fillies, and Misenchanted is the 8-5 morning line favorite. You've got Silver Rose, Bedazzle 'em, Viscountess, the number 4 horse, longest shot in the field. She's no throwout either. She's a filly that set the pace in the Grade 2 Beaumont, if you go back to April here at Keeneland Racecourse. But Misenchanted, I go in this direction because of the fact that her best races have come when it's been fast, and she gets a fast track to work with here today. She's won 2 of her last 3. Her most recent effort, she laid right off the pace, going 7 furlongs at Saratoga. She was wide. She's not going to be hard to find out there, but that big white blaze covering most of the right half of her face there. But nonetheless, she just kicks home and wins by 2.5 lengths. Now cuts back to 6 furlongs. Maybe they would have preferred a little bit more distance to work with this filly, but she's just doing it easy, and she's doing it easy and drawing off and winning by 2.25 lengths. And like I said before, her fast track races between Ellis and Saratoga, by far her best. Her two of her worst races came when it came up off in that race at Saratoga 2 starts ago, and then you go back to February at Gulfstream Park. So give me Misenchanted over the number 5 horse, Bedazzle 'em, a filly that she's done well on turf. She's done well on dirt. She's another filly that likes to run that same style and come from off the pace. And then finally, the 2 horse Sing a Little Song for Ian Wilkes. She might have something to say as far as the pace is concerned in here. Silver Rose is quick from the inside. I don't see an absolute dead set horse that's going to be sending. So maybe look to the inside as far as horses that may get out there and establish that position because of where they're drawn.
That's why I went to Silver Rose in this race. I'm surprised you don't have her in the top 3, because it seems like a paceless race, and I think Florent Giroux is going to go for it towards the inside. You know, it was somewhat of a slow pace last time out, and she couldn't necessarily make the lead that day, but she has enough speed to make the lead. Look at her race at Churchill back on the 25th of May when she was dueling on the lead with 21 4 opening quarter fraction. So she has that speed. You kind of just have to ask her for it. And with the rail draw, with the lack of pace in here, I think she takes advantage today. If that's not the case, and maybe the 3 Lady Moscato, I threw her into the exacta hoping to pick up the pieces late. This 3-year-old, she comes out of the Prioress last time out over that good listed dirt course. But if you look at some of the races that she's been running in, she's held some really good quality of competition. And then Misenchanted, the reason why I didn't pick her on top is because of the turn back to 6 furlongs. I do think she's a little sharper. 7/8. 7/8 is a niche distance, and I think that's really her sweet spot. So I went against the favorite a little bit there, thinking that Silver Rose, can wire the field.
your key race is race number 1, and that first race, obviously, the one that you got to survive to get moving forward in this pick 5. So look forward to this analysis as we kick off the day with a starter allowance race going 6.5 furlongs. Forever Home is the morning line favorite at odds of 9-5 for Gennaro Garcia.
You have to respect this filly in this spot, or mare, I should say. When you look at a starter allowance race, it was exactly, I interviewed Brittany Vandenberg last week when she sent out Like a Salt Shaker, and I asked her, what's the key to success with these older starter horses? And she said, you just have to keep them happy. And when they're happy, they're going to win. Because the fact of the matter is these horses go back and forth beating each other. They face each other often, and it's not always the same carbon copy every single time. Forever Home is incredibly consistent. You have to like this mare in here. But the 7 Samarita is 15-1 on the morning line. We'll see what she goes off at. Don't sleep on her. This was the last time that she was at Keeneland. This was over a sloppy sealed track, but it was the same type of race. It was a starter allowance race. She beat Mazoku in that event. If you don't believe me, if you think that the slop helped her out this day, well, look at her starter allowance race back in October of last year at Keeneland going 7-8. She won by 12. She likes Keeneland, and I think that might tip her over the edge in terms of her competitiveness here. She's a 13-time winner. She didn't run well last time out at Hawthorne, but it was in the slop. And the only other time that she didn't run well at Hawthorne, it was 5.5 furlongs where she was run off her feet early. I actually think she's coming in today with good form. She likes Keeneland. She'll be the top pick. And I'll also throw in Ella Francis underneath. She beat up on an average bunch of horses last time out. This is a totally different ball game. But she did win by 10. Maybe the light bulb turned on for her, so she's one to be a little bit wary of.
Mazoku's where I end up in here, the number 4 horse for the James Butcher operation. She's been in really good form this year. She's run once here in the past at Keeneland. You mentioned Samarita beat her that day, but she wasn't too far off of it. But, I mean, look at how consistent she has been. I mean, it's just... She's third, second, rattled off 3 wins in a row, second. I mean, she just shows up every single time.
I felt bad leaving her out of my top 3, but you got to make decisions.
But and again, with the pick 5 here, do you really want to leave a filly out like this? If you, I mean, there's decisions
it only
to
gets
be
harder.
made. It only gets harder.
Me.
That, or you just come with more money. I mean, that's the aspect of what we've got. So I've got Mazoku on top, just leaning on this filly who just, again, she's a true race mare, bottom line. And there's a lot of true race mares in this race. So looking forward to race number 1. Let's move on to our clocker report for this Wednesday afternoon. And the clockers here at Keeneland going to start with race number 5, Estuary. Hard-spun filly drilled a half mile in 48-1 at Keeneland here on the 30th of September for Cherie DeVaux. Finished on even terms in company with a Grade 2 placed runner in Cy B, and draw a line through the homebred's first start over a demanding turf course at Kentucky Downs. So Estuary 48-1, just a week or so ago, just over a week ago here at Keeneland. This taking place on the 30th of September. And then in race number 4, take a look at Vulcan, 8-1 on the morning line. 6-year-old gelding stepped off a 5 furlong working by himself in a sharp minute flat at Keeneland on the 2nd of October for Matt Sims. The son of Munnings taking a significant drop in class in this spot. He will be tighter in his second start off the layoff and reunited with Arietta, a likely overlay. So in race number 4, the 7, race number 5, the 10.
I picked Estuary in the 5th. I didn't pick him on top, her on top, but you cannot, considering the way that the Cherie DeVaux barn is going, you cannot toss her horses, especially second-time starters. I don't care how bad their first race was. Don't toss a second-time starter out of the barn.
All right, you ready to tackle this pick 5?
No, but it's about that time.
Let's get after it. So the approach I'm taking here is hitting the all button in race number 5. I just could not make heads or tails of that 5th race. So I'm turning it into a pick 4, and obviously it costs money. But we've got to survive the first 4 legs in order to get to that 5th race clearly. So in the first race, I've got the 3 and the 4, Forever Home and Mozoku. Samarita does worry me now after you bringing up those points in that opening race. As far as race number 2 is concerned, it's a maiden 20. 2, 7, and 12 is the idea there. The 7-horse River Ridge takes a big drop down in class from Maiden Special Weight Company into the Maiden 20. So I think that he's going to be tough, but I also wanted to back myself up with a few other horses that have had decent form as of late, like Malibu, the number 2 horse, and the number 12 horse in there. 1-5 in race number 3, that being the number 1 horse, Invulnerable for Joe Sharp, and then the number 5 horse, Normandy Hero, who takes a big plunge down in class for Rudy Brisset off of some dull races against Allowance Company. I think that's more than enough to wake him up. Stage left in race number 4. He comes in with so much class, dropping in for 16. I think that he may end up being one of the shorter prices of this sequence. But also, there's a lot of depth in this race. I think Sir Ollie could outrun him. I'm taking a shot with the 3 and the 4. I think that he can set some pace in that race. And then in the 5th race again, hitting the all button, buying it, and hopefully we can get to that point.
My ticket's a little cheaper, but not by much, Scott. $120 I'm going to take here for the early pick 5. I mentioned Samarita in the opener, Forever Home as well. 3-7. In the second race, I have coverage. Tommy Drewer Jr. has done really well lately with his maiden claiming debuter. So the 8, A Fleet Vintage, I think is a must-use in there. The 7, River Ridge, drops in class. The 9, Fly By Night, was a Wesley Ward second-time starter. First time out, showed speed, stopped, but was bet in that event. I think it's interesting that it comes back, stepping up in class for $20,000. The 10, Grand Illusion, second-time starter for Wayne Catalano. Strong stats with that move. And then the 12, Masked Man, a second-time starter for Greg Sacco, gets Irad Ortiz Jr. In the third race, 1-3-5, Invulnerable, big drop in class, but my top pick is the 5, Normandy Hero. I see the speed coming from the 3 and the 5, and when there's a race that has only 2 speeds on paper, I'm going to take both of them, because if some mishap happens out of the gate, then one of them could control the race. In the 4th race, I just did the 1 and the 2, stage left, as you mentioned. Tallahatchie Bridge is my top pick, and then the 5th race, I have coverage. I wanted to hit the all button, but I don't have that money in the pocket today.
Let's get after our sales grad spotlight. We'll obviously talk much more about this early pick 5 once we come up on post time. We're just over an hour away from race number 1, by the way, so keep that in mind. But sales grad spotlight, race number 6, Freaky. Here's a colt by Into Mischief out of a stakes-winning first dam, Enchanted Ghost, $850,000 yearling purchase last year for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Walmack Farm. Bred by Aaron and Marie Jones, trained by Todd Pletcher. Debuted sprinting, gets off the rail, gets 2 turns today. I think that wakes him up, and Irad's in the saddle of Freaky. So we'll see how he fares. Hopefully he can get better position, breaks better, and the 2 turns, he's bred for it, no doubt. Into Mischief out of a Go Sapper first dam. Freaky, $850,000 yearling last year in the September sale. Best Angles, mentioned this in race number 4, stage left. I think that he outclasses him, so I'm going to take a shot with a win wager on stage left to hopefully add some more to that bankroll that we're spending in the early pick 5. Here's a horse for David Jacobson. He's running graded stakes races. He's running the Gravesend. He recently was eased last time out at Belmont, but he comes back on pretty quick notice, so obviously he's going to be fine. And even when he was defeated at Delaware, he was beaten by a horse named Spike Zone, who's, I think, won 8 races this year alone, so that's very good form. I'll lay 20 on stage left. With the back class that he has. He's made over $737,000, and you can be aggressive in running horses for $16,000 with that kind of back form, given the kind of purse that they're running for. $51,000 purse for this $16,000 claimer.
Your approach is small profit margins, huh? What price is he going to be today?
It's a big field. If he's even money, I'll be fine.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I had to find one opportunity to give you a hard time.
All of the horses today, that's the one horse that I think is the most likely.
I think it's feast or famine for that horse. That is a crazy drop. Crazy drop. Anyway.
You got to drop to win races at Keeneland.
It's true. It is true. And he is doing that. Race 6, I'm going to take us to. That maiden special weight that we were just mentioning. Whiskey Shot. Look at this stat. Rudolph Brisset wins at 35% with 2-year-olds making their second start. The stat goes even higher if they're making their second start going a distance of ground on the dirt, but I knew you would give me a hard time for that situational stat, so I left it at 2-year-old second-time starters, 35%. It's a successful move. And this horse actually ran quite well in debut. He chased the early fractions. It's really hard to get a first-time starter fit enough to win going a mile at Ellis because of the tricky configuration and just also how those races are won. But I like the fact that he was involved early. Looks like he got a lot of fitness out of it because he was involved early, and then he just tired late against a really good group of horses. So I think he can have a big improvement today, Flavien Prat, aboard this afternoon.
So what's the idea here? Oh, an exacta box.
Yeah.
3, 8, 11.
I also use the 8 kinetic control for Dale Romans. He has the form. You obviously have to like this horse just from that alone. And then the 11 Morlock also comes out of the same race that we just showed at Ellis Park, and I think should be a forward factor with Louis.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his Wednesday long shot play of the day.
Our long shot play on the Wednesday card comes in the very first race. It's the 8-horse Ella Francis. I think has a big shot to hit the board, maybe get the win. I know it was against Leicester last time down at Ellis, but this horse ran huge with a 79 buyer speed figure. That's much better than he's ever had before. Secondly, nice series of works following that effort. So if Ella Francis can duplicate that kind of performance, got a shot at here.
All right, Tom, we appreciate that. Consider that in the early pick 5, just over an hour away from post time for this pick 5.
Who did you pick in the 5th race? Because I'm
top?
talking about it. We're all talking about it. Yeah, it's a tough race. It's the toughest race in the sequence.
So I originally had She's the Factor just because they were changing things up and she was stretching out. I now end up with the number 12 horse Raconteuse for Ian Wilkes. Here's a horse that's been consistent, and at some point she's going to find the right group to
100%. Her figures are fast enough to win this. I went with a crazy horse in there, the 5th of May, second-time starter for Ben Colbert. But you hit the all button in the pick 5, and if you can afford to do that, if you have a strong opinion elsewhere, do it.
Looking forward to it. Get your handicapping hat on, shoes, jacket, whatever. Do you have anything that you wear specifically for handicapping? Sweatpants at home? Yeah,
I would love to be in sweatpants, but no. No, I just have, it's just all in here.
It's all right there. It's
yeah,
just constantly
born with
spinning.
it, natural.
That's it. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this Wednesday at Keeneland and enjoy this big pick 5 carryover, early pick 5 carryover starting into race number 1. Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Glenn Martin to the paddock. Glenn works within our guest services department here at Keeneland. He has been singing in various choirs since the age of 4 and is beginning his second season with the Lexington Singers. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Susan Franklin from admissions as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Susan. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a look at the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is fast. The turf listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Time now for the changes starting in the first race. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s get underway. It's also started the early pick 5. Reminder, the early pick 5 has a $265,000 carryover. In the first race, jockey for the 4, Mazoku Martin Garcia. 4, Mazoku Martin Garcia. Wave the Bug, the weight 121. Second race starts the early pick 4. Scratch number 1, Idiosyncrasies. Scratch the 4, Cowboy Luke. And scratch the 6, D-Day. That's in the second race. Scratch 1, Idiosyncrasies. Scratch 4, Cowboy Luke. And scratch 6, D-Day. Jockey change on the 5, Tiebreaker Lenny, Luan Machado. 5, Tiebreaker Lenny, the jockey, Luan Machado. Weight is okay. Third race starts the pick 6. No carryover for the pick 6 today. No changes in the third race. The fourth race starts the late pick 5. No carryover for the late pick 5. In the fourth race, scratch the 9, Metallic Man, and scratch the 11, Call Me Iceman. That's in the fourth race. Scratch 9, Metallic Man, and scratch 11, Call Me Iceman. Please note number 13, El Cerrito, draws into the race. Jockey will be Edgar Morales. 13, El Cerrito, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey, Edgar Morales. Race 5, start of the late pick 4. In race 5, scratch the 1, Stay Lost. Scratch number 4, She's the Factor. Scratch 15, Weighted Average. And scratch 16, Under the Mistletoe. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 1, Stay Lost. Scratch number 4, She's the Factor. Also scratch 15, Weighted Average. And scratch 16, Under the Mistletoe. Several jockey changes in race 5. On number 3, Adrastea, Irad Ortiz Jr. 3, Adrastea, it'll be Irad Ortiz Jr. 6, 5th of May, that'll be Luan Machado. That's number 6, 5th of May, Luan Machado. And on number 13, Feeling Beachy, John Velasquez. 13, Feeling Beachy, John Velasquez. Please note, both 13, Feeling Beachy, and 14, Enchant draw into the race. Sixth event. Take out the also eligibles. 13 and 14, they did not draw into the event. Seventh race has no changes. Eighth race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $6,320. In that eighth race, scratch the 2, Ninja Star. Scratch the 7, Born Flashy. Scratch number 8, Thornberry. Scratch the 12, Black Rain. And scratch the 15, Count Dracula. Again, that's in the eighth race. Scratch the 2, Ninja Star. Scratch the 7, Born Flashy. Scratch the 8, Thornberry. Scratch number 12, Black Rain. And scratch 15, Count Dracula. Jockey change on number 10, El Rey Rey, Irad Ortiz Jr. That's the 10, El Rey Rey. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be the jockey. And please note, 13, Round Top draws into the race. 14, Over and Ollie draws into the race. And 16, Samba Lover also draws into the race, each of those jockeys as programmed. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to our first Wednesday of the meet here during this Keeneland Fall Meet. Scott and Gabby with you. And how about a first Wednesday offering a early pick 5 carryover from Sunday, Gabby? Race 1 is where it begins. Over $265,000 carrying from that Sunday card.
We had some crazy prices on Sunday. In the early pick 5, obviously contributing to this early pick 5 carryover, but also in one of the featured races last week as well in the Bourbon, we had a big upset winner. It was a crazy weekend. Looking at the early pick 5 today, it doesn't look like it's going to get any more calm.
It's a good sequence. There is depth to these fields. I think race number 5 is the most difficult of them. if you were to look at one horse, throw one horse out there in this pick 5 sequence, which is not an easy task to do, who would it be?
I'm going to give you a 15-1 shot.
Wow.
Samarita in the opener. This horse loves Keeneland. Those starter races, a lot of horses go back and forth beating one another. Samarita loves Keeneland. Didn't like the slop last time out. Love this horse in the opener.
We love Keeneland. We love the wagering opportunities that lie ahead. Don't miss out on the early pick 5 carryover today on this beautiful Wednesday here in Lexington. Let's get down to it. Early pick 5 time, less than 19 minutes to post. There's now over $800,000 in that combined pool with the carryover from Sunday and the new money that has been played into today. And we're going to be looking at well over $1 million in this early pick 5 pool once we get down to post time for race number 1. So much depth to this starter allowance field. Mazoku is the filly that I'll go with in here, with Martine Garcia picking up that mount. She has not missed a beat over the course of her last 8 races. First, just narrow defeats, finishing second, and a recent third-place finish last time out at Churchill Downs. She has just shown up each and every time. She's got speed. She can lay close if they can outrun her early, but she's just always right there. So Mazoku at odds of 7-2. Co-favored right now, not far off of being favored, really, with Sequin Lady sitting at odds of 7-2 here. Just speaks to the depth of this group for this kind of a mare to be sitting at 7-2. With 4 wins this year, 3 seconds, and a third-place finish in those 10 starts. She's definitely live and definitely one that I think you must use on that early pick 5 ticket. I'll go to the number 1 horse. Never Sway is the second selection for Diodoro, coming in from races that have included victories. Back-to-back wins between Texas and most recently on the 9th of August. She's won at Oaklawn Park, which we know is a difficult series of races each and every spring and winter down there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. So she's had a couple of months to get ready for this Keeneland debut. She's been training down at Louisiana Downs to ship up here. Christian Torres gets the opportunity 4-1. How can you knock a filly that's done as well as she has? And even looking back to her West Coast races at the end of last year, she was second at Los Alamitos in a starter allowance race. But she fits this condition and no doubt fits in amongst this group at odds of 4-1. And then the number 3 horse, Forever Home, for Gennaro Garcia. This is a mare that comes in with back-to-back wins. She won at Horseshoe Indianapolis in a first-level allowance condition and runs in the starter 12-5 at Churchill, wins that race at odds of 7-1, the number 3 Forever Home, and now shows back up here at Keeneland. She's not run well in those starts, at least recently going back to Keeneland in the springtime. But she caught a sloppy track that day, which was the race in which Samarita was able to take the horse that Gabby really likes here in the opener. But she has turned the corner in a positive way in her last few races. So at odds of 9-2, just one of 4 or 5 horses in here that deserves to be the favorite in this first leg of the early pick 5. Now over $862,000 in the pick 5 pool. Take a look at tickets in which we've put together for you this morning on Today at Keeneland. I'm going to go 2 deep, 3 and 4, because my ticket is built around hitting the all button in race number 5. That is the most difficult race of this sequence to me in that 1.8 maiden special weight event. I want all the coverage I can get, and I'm getting every bit of coverage by hitting the all button in race number 5. As far as race number 2 is concerned, 3 deep in there, the 2, the 7, and the number 12 horse, Masked Man, for Greg Sacco, who comes in from Monmouth Park off of a good maiden 40 debut in the slop. Son of Munnings for Irad Ortiz Jr., who gets the opportunity in that second race. Race number 3, going 2 deep, Invulnerable for Joe Sharp, taking a huge drop down in class, as well as the number 5 horse, Normandy Hero. So playing the class droppers in race number 3. And in race number 4, if Stage Left can do anything near what he's done in his last 10 races, 9 races, minus the situation where he stumbled and lost the jock in his last race, he's going to be very tough. It's a huge drop down in class for Stage Left in race number 4, another live runner for Jacobson in this early pick 5 sequence, and then mentioned hitting the all button in race number 5. I'll invest $144 in this early pick 5, so looking forward to getting it underway. Gabby also has a ticket for you as well, spending $120. She's going to find coverage in not only race number 5, going 4 deep there, but looking for even more coverage in race number 2, and she's got 3 and 7. But you can just see how challenging this sequence is and worth the investment in finding coverage and a lot of horses that make a lot of sense in each of these first 5 races. Good luck in the early pick 5. Good luck with all of your wagering endeavors as we get ready to kick off this 8-race card with race number 1 here on the fast main track at Keeneland Racecourse. Less than 15 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance, fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Track is fast. Turf is listed good today. A reminder on the turf course, the rail is at 30 feet. In the opener, jockey for the 4, Mizoku, Martin Garcia. Martin Garcia rides the 4, Mizoku. Wave the Bug, the weight 121 pounds. And a reminder, there is a carryover for the early pick 5, which starts right here, $265,000. Double, pick 3, and start of the early pick 5, 6 minutes till post.
Coming trackside with less than 6 minutes to post to start the early pick 5. We'll review the current pool for the pick 5 in just a moment. But here's the longest shot in the field, Simple Souvenir at 22-1. Just shows the depth of this field. She's won 2 of her last 3 races. She ran against the first level allowance condition at Monmouth Park and finished second that day. Comes here to Monmouth, or from Monmouth, I should say, to Keeneland to try Keeneland for the first time. She's a big mare out there, 7 years old. She's an 8-time winner from 48 starts. And she's one that definitely looks like she's going to want to come from off the pace here today. But she was impressive from a size perspective to be at 21-1. Just, again, shows how difficult this group is to sort through and come up with a opinion with just a few horses in this early pick 5, in my honest opinion. The number 4 horse, Mizoku, we want to go back to this filly. She was a little reluctant when she came out. She didn't have a pony with her. And then you saw one of the outriders get with this filly to get her moving forward. She just wanted to stop for just a second, but they've gotten her moving in the right direction. And since she's had company now alongside of her, she's moving forward, which is positive under Martin Garcia. 4-1 on the board right now on Mizoku, the mare that has won 5 of 14, and 4 of those 5 wins in her career have come this season. 7-2 on the board right now. That's making her one of the favorites in this highly contentious event. $1.1 million in the pool right now in the pick 5 with that carryover of over $265,000 from Sunday. 4 minutes to post. Could be looking at close to $1.5 million up for grabs in this early pick 5. Get involved. Great day of racing. Gorgeous weather once again here at Keeneland Racecourse. Fast conditions on the main track. Good luck in the opener.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race. Start of the early pick 5 with that $265,000 carryover. The pool with carryover now just over $1.4 million. First race about to move into line. Moving into line, first race. Getting ready to start the early pick 5. Never Sway has gone in. Now Mazoku approaches the starting gate. Simple Souvenir comes forward. Forever Home goes in. Sequined Lady takes her spot. Proto Magic comes forward. Here's Samarita. Ella Francis, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Samarita, Sequin Lady, broke alertly. Mazoku is right there. Forever Home as well. And Never Sway kicks in down to the inside. Here's Never Sway moving up to the inside of Forever Home, who's right alongside of her. Mazoku joins that pair, stacks up to the outside as they head for the far turn. Samarita backs away, a length off the front trio, but toward the far outside in the 4th position. And is followed by Simple Souvenir, who's back toward the inside in the 5th spot. Sequin Lady, he broke well, has dropped to the 6th spot now, and she's against the rail, running about 6 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of nearly 4 more lengths to Ella Francis. Proto Magic at the back, 22.48 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. They are still 3 across the track contesting the lead. That's about to go to 4 wide as they turn for home. Never Sway, and then Forever Home, Mazoku, and Samarita, who goes to the far outside. Simple Souvenir is 5th in behind Horses, and then Sequin Lady, and she is still some 6 lengths from the front, and Mazoku has the lead. Mazoku past the 8th pole into the final furlong, leading Never Sway, who's fighting on to the inside. Mazoku has the lead only by 3/4 of a length. Never Sway is 2nd. Mazoku, Never Sway, Simple Souvenir to 3rd. Mazoku nursing that lead to the wire. Mazoku, Martin Garcia to win it. Never Sway was across the line in the 2nd position, followed by Simple Souvenir and Samarita.
Well, it was a battle up front for these mares, and the filly that was able to last that battle and keep on going was the number 4 horse Mazoku for James Butcher, winning trainer, winning owner, and Martin Garcia aboard for the ride here today. That is her 5th win in 2024, her first win here at Keeneland, and she earned it against this stout group. Mazoku going off at odds of 5-2, takes the first of 8 here today, 4-1-2-7, the unofficial top 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 4, Mizoku, was first. Number 1, Never Sway, second. The 2, Simple Souvenir, third. And the 7, Samarita, fourth. 4-1-2-7 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's first race official, 4-1-2-7. The official results. Into the winner's circle for race 1, number 4, Mizoku, owned by James Butcher, who's also the trainer. Martin Garcia is your winning jockey. Mizoku, 5-year-old daughter of Protonico, out of Datest by Majestic Warrior. Winner Brennan, Kentucky by Emerald Q Partners Incorporated and TCR Ranch. Time for the 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 18.69 seconds. Keeneland's second race upcoming. A reminder, scratch the 1, Idiosyncrasies. Also scratch the 4, Cowboy Luke. And scratch number 6, D-Day. Jockey for the 5, Tiebreaker Lenny, Luan Machado. That's number 5, Tiebreaker Lenny. The jockey will be Luan Machado. Start of the early pick 4 coming up, fast track. Turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course.
Race number 2, 20 minutes to post. Maiden 20 event for 3 and up, going 6 furlongs on the fast main track. There's a look at the number 7 horse, River Ridge. He's got a big extension blinker, as you can see on his, what would be his inside, and a pretty big cup to the outside as well. And the reason why I like this gelding here today is the class drop that he takes. He's taken a big plunge in class, biggest drop in class in racing that we have. Maiden Specialway Company into Maiden Claimers, and he drops down into this Maiden 20 group. He's run some decent races against tougher companies, so you would expect that he would be able to utilize that to take a big step forward here this afternoon for Melon Patch Incorporated and trainer Michael Campbell, who's been training this one up in the Chicagoland area up at Hawthorne Racecourse. So it's about the class drop for me on the 7-5 to 2. Should get a positive response from this son of Cantheros here today in race number 2. The number 2 horse is 6-1 on the board right now. That is Malibu for Eric Foster. He draws the rail with a scratch of the 1, and he's got some speed that he's going to have to use from that inside post 1 now for the number 2 horse, Malibu. And I think that his speed can carry a little further today, perhaps on this track. That's the idea with as quick as we've seen this main track be. I think that Malibu's got an opportunity here to be involved in this race early as well as late. So that's the reason in which I look towards Malibu as my second choice here in this second event. And then the number 12 horse, who is the current favorite for Greg Sacco and BBN Racing, Masked Man. He was a second on debut at Monmouth Park in the mud, going 5.5 furlongs. Ran in somewhat even race that day. Didn't break all that sharp in the off-going, but gets a fast track here today, so we'll see how he handles that. This is a son of Munnings out of a Cape Blanco First Dam. And we just saw Monmouth Invader in race number 1 at 21-1 run a big race in that starter allowance race. Different comparison when you're dealing with a horse that in that first race that was established as far as a winner, and you've got a horse here looking for his first career victory. But I'm not surprised that he's getting attention. And obviously, Irad Ortiz Jr., his presence with this 3-year-old will sway a lot of folks' opinions, as it should. And great to have him here at Keeneland Racecourse on this afternoon of racing. Race number 2 started the early pick 4. So get involved in that 50-cent minimum wager. Another wonderful wagering opportunity coming up next here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maiden claiming event for a price of $20,000, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1 Idiosyncrasies. Also scratch the 4 Cowboy Luke. And scratch the 6 D-Day. Jockey for the 5 Tiebreaker Lenny Luan Machado. That's the 5 Tiebreaker Lenny Luan Machado, the jockey. Doubled and pick 3 wagering starter. They early pick 4. A reminder, the main track is fast. The turf listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 6 minutes.
Coming front side for race number 2 with less than 5 minutes to post. My eye just keeps getting drawn back to the number 2 horse, getting a chance to see him up close. He's a big gelding by Air Force Blue. That is Malibu, who I mentioned has shown speed. We'll see if he's able to show speed here today, and it will carry a little bit further than what it has in those races at Ellis Park as of late. But he has found a new dimension and even more speed than what we'd seen from him in the past. Could make him a danger, and I like the way that he looks out there. He is a big, tall gelding, getting ready for this maiden 20 test here today. The number 9 horse is a Wesley Ward second-time starter, that was debuted at Turfway Park back in the winter 8 months ago. Showed some speed that day. He's shown some life coming out here with David Flores in the saddle, who's getting an opportunity to ride for Wesley once again here this Keeneland meet. So it's a bit shocking to see a Wesley Ward runner at this big of a price, 10-1, if you're able to feel that he's going to make improvement off of that debut effort. Why not? It's Wesley Ward. This is his home track, and we'll see how he fares here this afternoon. And then Spinning Heart's another good-looking gelding out there. Spinning Heart for Mac Robertson. We talked about the drop in class that the number 7 is taking to make him the co-second choice, or co-favorite right now, I should say, at 5-2. But Spinning Heart coming out of Maiden Special Weight Company between Canterbury up in Minnesota, as well as those races at Hawthorne just outside of Chicago. We'll see how he fares. He's not shown the kind of speed that we've seen from some of these other runners, but the 11 Spinning Heart, not a bad appearance out there under Francisco Arrieta with the big shadow roll that he is wearing, son of Hardspun, dropping to the lowest level that he has seen in his racing career. He's sitting at 10-1 right now, as we're now less than 3 minutes away from race number 2, pick 4 pool coming up on $100,000.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Early Money goes into the gate, followed by Grand Illusion. Tiebreaker Lenny goes in. Spinning Heart. River Ridge moves into line. Masked Man will be the last one. Goes in. They are at the post. And they're off. Malibu comes out for the lead. Masked Man and Grand Illusion in between that pair. Grand Illusion moves up alongside of Malibu, who has the lead by a half length. Masked Man third, far outside. River Ridge fourth. In between horses, just over 2 lengths off the early leader. Tiebreaker Lenny moves up a closer fifth. Down toward the inside. Fly By Night is in sixth between horses, 5 lengths off the lead. Spinning Heart is next up on the outside as they round the far turn. Fleet Vintage outward from the rail travels next to last, and Early Money is the trailer. The opening quarter went in 23.03 seconds. Around the far turn they go. Malibu is the leader. Here's River Ridge, though, moving forward from in between horses and just off the leader's flank. Grand Illusion is third, and then Spinning Heart, who's fourth, but has to swing out to the center of the track. River Ridge now draws right alongside of Malibu, and then Grand Illusion, Spinning Heart to the far outside, is still 4 lengths away. It is River Ridge, a narrow lead now by a half length, coming past the 8th pole. Malibu second by 3.5, and then Spinning Heart is in third, and River Ridge is kicking on for the wire. River Ridge, Gavin Ashton to win it. Malibu was home second, Spinning Heart third, and Grand Illusion was fourth.
Well, River Ridge finds the right group here today to excel. He wasn't in the easiest spot, and Gavin Ashton really had to get him out of being down on the inside of horses and get him comfortable, and he doesn't look to be the easiest horse to ride either, as it looks as though he's just trying to lean in, and Gavin making sure that he's clear of the 2 horse who was part of that early pace before he leaned in even further. but a clear win by about 2 lengths in the end on River Ridge for trainer Michael Campbell, and Melon Patch Incorporated dropping in for 20. Here's the move in which he's able to take over the speed set from the number 2 horse Malibu, and he's going to lean down to the inside rail, but it doesn't matter at this point in time. He had flown 7-2-11-10. 7 does settle as the post time favorite, going off at odds of 2-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 7 River Ridge first, 2 Malibu second, 11 Spinning Heart third, and 10 Grand Illusion fourth. 7-2-11-10 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 7 River Ridge, owned by Melon Patch Incorporated of George Mellon, trained by Michael Campbell. Gavin Ashton is the winning jockey. River Ridge, 3-year-old gelded son of Cantheros, out of Violencia by Violence, bred in Kentucky by Elkhorn Springs Thoroughbred. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.75 seconds over the fast main track, and the results are official. 7-2-11-10, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and it's also the start of the pick 6. No carryover, no changes in this third race. Main track is fast, the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course today.
On to race number 3, less than 19 minutes to post. This third event, $40,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 3 races, or 3-year-olds, and 6 furlongs the distance. Does start the Wednesday pick 6, that $1 minimum wager for the final 6 races of the afternoon's card. Normandy Hero, the number 5 horse, is where I ultimately landed. That's a colt by Omaha Beach for trainer Rudy Brisset, who's a past winner here at Keeneland Racecourse, and did so against first-level allowance competition. He ran well in the Bowman Mill at Keeneland that same meet a year ago during his 2-year-old campaign. Finished a solid third to some good runners in Just Steel and Agu and the Ed Brown, but he has tailed off in his last 4 starts, and that's why they're dropping this colt down in class. And that just may be what perks him up versus the competition that he faces versus what he has seen as of late. It's not an overstatement to say that this is one of the easiest races that he has run in since he broke his maiden going back to August of last year. So definitely a strong hand being played here by Rudy Brisset. Flavian Pratt is aboard, or will be aboard, this Son of Omaha Beach. So it's all about the class drop, just like in that previous race. In race number 2, the class drop angle worked there, and certainly is a strong angle to utilize here in race number 3 for a horse like Normandy Hero. Same can be said for the one Invulnerable, and not to the extent, in my opinion, of that of the favorite, the number 5 horse, but Invulnerable coming out of a Kentucky Downs try. His dirt races prior, they tried him long, they tried him short. They've given him plenty of opportunities here in Kentucky and down at Fairgrounds, but now drops in for 40. And this is a horse that broke his maiden on debut going back to November of 2022 during his 2-year-old season. So he's looking for easier competition. He gets it here today, definitely live based on that drop that he takes for his first race at Keeneland Racecourse for Highlander Training Center and trainer Joe Sharp. The number 4 horse, Improbable Journey, for trainer Mike Maker. He cuts back in distance and feeling his oats down there as he gets saddled up for this third race here today. He's 4-1 on the board right now. Luis Saez is back with this Son of Majestic Perfection. He rode him to a 3rd place finish at Churchill in a pretty quickly run race sprinting, but I thought that he was going to be a horse that would really benefit from the cutback to a sprint. They tried him in the 1-turn mile race. He didn't get a clean break. Basically wrapped up on. He was so far out of that race. He's better than what he was able to do in that $35,000 claimer last time out. So, and I think getting back to sprinting will be a big positive for this 5-year-old who's 2 for 25 in his career. There's no question that it's been a while since he's won a race, but the cutback in distance is the idea that I have on Improbable Journey, who sits at 4-1. Good luck in race number 3, 40,000 claimers, 6 furlongs the distance. Once again, reminder, this does start the afternoon's pick 6 out here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, claiming race for a price of $40,000, 3-year-olds and up 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover, no changes in the third race. Main track is fast, the turf is good, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. Post time in 7 minutes.
Here's a horse to me that's really touting himself in a positive way. That's the one, Invulnerable. He's obviously live on the board right now, vying for favoritism with the number 5 horse. But just the way that he presents himself, he looks so good and fit, ready to go out there. The way that he's carried his head, the focus that he's showing. Really like the way that he's turned out here today and coming out to the post parade and obviously in his warm-up. And Irad Ortiz Jr. jumps into the saddle. He really does look good in and amongst this group. It's a quality group of runners for 40,000, but he's the one that stands out to me, just getting a closer look at them, especially coming out here front side when we will oftentimes see a horse's focus and attitude change, knowing where they're progressing as far as their afternoon is concerned to come to race day and race time. So the one, Invulnerable, really, really well represented here from a physical standpoint and an attitude and focus standpoint as well. He's 2-1 on the board right now. He's just taken over favoritism from the number 5 horse, Normandy Hero, who was 5-2, just went back to 2-1. It's going to be a back and forth battle between these two to see who ends up being favored. But the reality is they're both favorites in this race with less than 4 minutes to post. Race 3 coming up at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the Pick 6. Moving into line, third race. Invulnerable goes in. Start of the Pick 6 here in race 3. Here's Dutch Mills. Sound Doctrine. 4 more to load. Improbable Journey goes into the gate. Normandy Hero, 2 more. Here's Crew Dragon. And Creso, a logo, the last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Sound Doctrine broke alertly with Normandy Hero and Invulnerable. Invulnerable to the inside, Normandy Hero to the outside. These two go at it for the top spot. Sound Doctrine backs away against the rail into third, 3 lengths off the front paired. It's joined there by Improbable Journey, who's fourth. Up on the outside, Crew Dragon fifth, Creso, a logo, a wide sixth, 4 lengths off the lead, then a break of 4 more back of that one to Dutch Mills as the field moves off the end of the backstretch. 22.29 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Invulnerable, Normandy Hero 1-2 around the far turn. Normandy Hero from the outside takes the lead now by a neck. Invulnerable second by 4 lengths. And then Crew Dragon is third, a length and a half. Improbable Journey is in fourth with a quarter mile to go. Normandy Hero has the lead, has opened up on the lead. Normandy Hero in front now by 3 lengths. And then Invulnerable second by 5. Crew Dragon is third by 5. Into the final furlong comes Normandy Hero with Invulnerable second. Normandy Hero led by 3, now leads by 2, now leads by 1. Invulnerable tries to re-rally up the inside. Normandy Hero in front. Normandy Hero to win it for Flavian Pratt. Invulnerable was a close second, but second nonetheless, and Crew Dragon a distant third.
Well, Normandy Hero, then this horse ended up laying right off of the pace set by the number 1 horse, Invulnerable, the number 1 who was going to rally back late and stayed in there, never backed down after the 5, really jumped into the bridle coming around the turn and took this race over. But the 1 stayed steady down there, but the 5, once he pinned his ears back, he was going as quickly as he possibly could, responding to the drop in class. 2 class droppers finished 1-2 in this relative 2-horse race. 5 over 1. Well, back to the 6 at odds of 28-1. Normandy Hero, too much for him here today in race number 3.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 5 Normandy Hero first, 1 Invulnerable second, 6 Crew Dragon third, and 2 Dutch Mills fourth. 5162 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 5 Normandy Hero, owned by Naoya Yoshida, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Normandy Hero, 3-year-old son of Omaha Beach, out of Swan of the Nile by Pioneer of the Nile. Winner bred in Kentucky by Yoshida, Brock Collins, Crawford, Doyle, and Van Beek. The 6 furlongs won 10.07 over the fast main track. Third race results official, 5162, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, started the late pick 5. No carryover for the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf good, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, scratch the 9 Metallic Man and scratch the 11 Call Me Iceman. Again, scratch 9 Metallic Man and scratch 11 Call Me Iceman. A reminder, number 13 El Cerrito draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Edgar Morales. 13 El Cerrito draws into the race. The jockey Edgar Morales.
5 on Wednesday afternoon. It's favorite 9-5. He's been as low as 7-5 when we first got a glance at the win odds for race number 4. But stage left, he drops big here today as far as the competition that he's been facing over the course of his career, really, and especially over the last couple of years for David Jacobson. Here's a horse that was third in the Grade 3 Tom Fool at Aqueduct back in March. Ran second to a very in-form horse at Delaware in Spike Zone, who's won, I believe, 8 races this year in 2024 alone. And then last time out, he stumbled leaving the starting gate, and his race was over as he lost Sammy Camacho leaving the starting gate. He's got so much back class. He's made over $737,000. He's won a dozen times, even though being blank this year in 2024 as far as the win end is concerned. As I've mentioned before, he's run in a pair of graded stakes races behind horses like Super Chow and Manny Wah, who we saw run in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes on opening day on Friday. So this is a big dip down in class. They're getting aggressive with him. He's 8 years old at this point in time, in for the $16,000 tag, but running for a $51,000 purse. You have to be aggressive at times when it comes to trying to win races at Keeneland, and that's exactly what David Jacobson is doing with this very consistent performer in stage left, looking for win number 13 in his what will be 49 race career. The number 3 horse, Sir Ali, I think he may have something to say about the early pace in this race. He's quick. Now, he's not been able to hold on outside of that 7 furlong win with Brittany Vandenberg for 10, and I recognize the fact that he's been hanging in this level as of late. But at 22-1, with as fast as this main track is playing, see if Sir Ali can hang in there and hold on for a piece of it at odds of 22-1, or maybe even try to outrun the number 1 horse early on, which is something that may end up happening. So I think he's worth a small gamble in that sense here, at least as far as a second or third place finisher, or a horse if you're playing exactas, tries, and superfectas alike in race number 4. And then the number 8 horse to the outside, Upstriker for Brittany Vandenberg. He's got some speed. He's been a consistent performer at this level between 10 and 12.5. Recently ran for $12,500 tag at Churchill Downs back in mid-September, so just about 3 weeks ago. Set the pace that day, ended up getting tired, and ended up finishing second in a field of 7. But he's found some speed in his last few races, so you've got to respect him. And he'd had some previous back speed as well with different connections. But Brittany Vandenberg, she's kept with that speed approach when it comes to Upstriker, the 8 horse, who's 32-1 right now in the wagering here in race number 4. Once you get away from the favorite, it does get wide open. Taking a look at some of the other form, Appeal Denied, the number 6, is taking a drop in class, and that's what's allowing for him to be sitting at 3-1. There's a good look at the son of Successful Appeal for Greg Foley and Donnemeyer Farm. But the race goes through the 1 and the back class of stage left. What kind of price will we get? 7-5. It's not a bad price in my opinion. I'd say he may end up right around the even money mark once we get down to post time here in race number 4. It is the beginning of the late pick 5 at Keeneland. Good luck. Less than 17 minutes to get those plays in.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds and up for a price of $16,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 9, Metallic Man, and scratch the 11, Call Me Iceman. A reminder, number 13, El Cerrito draws into the race. Edgar Morales, the jockey. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, no carryover, post time in 7 minutes.
Taking a look at these horses warming up trackside on the course here for race number 4, and the number 5 horse Santa Cruiser currently sitting at 16 to 1. Now, here's a horse that is capable of winning this race at a price. He's run a good race as of late at Churchill Downs for $16,000. He's back in for 16 here today. But if you look at some of his previous races about this time last year, September of last year, he was good enough to keep up with Like a Salt Shaker and Starter Allowance Company over at Churchill Downs. And we saw Like a Salt Shaker win last week here at Keeneland Racecourse, once again here for Brittany Vandenberg. So Santa Cruiser, if you're looking for a price with good form, and he would be one of them that I would throw out there, Santa Cruiser, the number 5, at 16 to 1 right now in the Vandenberg Silks of Grit to Glory Racing, Tom Vandenberg, the conditioner. The 1 horse Stage Left, even money right now, as we expected his price to come around that. He's just a compact sprint looking type, and he is a horse that I think you can see from his physical build why he is a good sprinter. He is just built like a horse that is so compact and well put together. Even money on the board right now. I'm not wavering from Stage Left in this big drop that he takes here for David Jacobson, and looking for that win here at Keeneland Racecourse. The 7 horse is a clocker pick from this morning on today at Keeneland. Vulcan out of the Matthew Sims barn. He's making his 4th start here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's got a couple of in-the-money finishes in previous attempts, but this is a big drop down in class that this gelding is taking, and he's had some quick workouts here at Keeneland as of late. In fact, a pair of bullets, one back in July, granted, but most recently on the 19th of September, able to work in 47 flat. That should go a long way against this level of competition. He's 12 to 1 on the board right now. Vulcan with Francisco Arrieta. Race number 4, 3 minutes to post. Final reminder, start of the late pick 5 here on this Wednesday at Keeneland.
Your attention, please. Late scratch, scratch number 12, Monterey Peninsula. Late scratch, scratch number 12, Monterey Peninsula. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 4. Sir Ali goes into the gate. Up striker. Just Say When. Lycan goes in. Santa Cruiser. El Cerrito, the last one, goes in. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Up Striker. Up Striker, appeal denied. Both have early speed. These two come right to the front. El Cerrito now moves up from the outside. Just Say When to press the issue from third, now second, now to challenge from the inside. Appeal denied now is in fourth position. Vulcan fifth on the outside. Sir Ali is sixth back toward the rail. Santa Cruiser settles back toward the center of the pack in seventh. A lane off the rail to the far turn. 6 lengths off the lead. Tallahatchie Bridge moves up next, up on the outside. Stage Left is near the back of the pack and runs along next to last and is followed by Lycan, who trails 22.29 seconds the time for the opening quarter. They move midway onto the far turn, and so far, so good, at least to this point, for Up Striker to the inside, but is challenged by El Cerrito. And El Cerrito at 65-1 moves up to take the lead as they head off the far turn. El Cerrito into the stretch, has the lead by a length and a half as they move into the final furlong, and is trying to kick clear here at a big price. And they're lined up 7 across. Here's Stage Left. Now Stage Left has found clear running down the center of the racetrack. Stage Left and Santa Cruiser. Santa Cruiser and Stage Left coming after long shot El Cerrito. Stage Left at even money gets there on the line by a half length. El Cerrito was second, Santa Cruiser third, and Sir Ali was fourth.
Bit of drama here in race number 4 as far as the way that this race was shaping up, because El Cerrito, he had put some lengths on this group, but stage left in a style that I don't think anybody expected to work out for him, able to rally from way off the pace down the center of the course, and he's going to get up just in time at odds of even money. The big drop down in class paying off for David Jacobson and Ramon Vasquez here in race number 4 at Keeneland.
Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race. The unofficial winner, number 1 Stage Left, owned and trained by David Jacobson, Ramon Vasquez, the jockey. Stage Left, 8-year-old gelded son of Congrats out of Diva Delight by Repent, bred in Kentucky by Woodford Thoroughbred. 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 17.42 seconds. Results official for Keeneland's 4th race, 1:13.53. The official results. Race 5 coming up to start the late pick 4, doubled and pick 3 wagering also offered. A reminder, the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Scratch the 1, Stay Lost. Scratch the 4, She's the Factor. Scratch 15, Weighted Average, and scratch 16, Under the Mistletoe. Jockey change for number 3, Adrestea. That'll be Irad Ortiz Jr. on number 3. Jockey for the 6th, 5th of May will be Luan Machado. Luan Machado rides 6. 13 draws in, Feeling Beachy. The jockey, John Velasquez on number 13. 14 Enchant also draws in, Flavian Pratt as programmed.
Horses are in the paddock, 19 minutes out from the 5th race today to cap off that early pick 5 sequence. It's been a fun one, and it's been a little bit on the chalky side as well, but I did think that this was one of the more difficult races in the sequence, so I wanted to find a bit of a price, and the 6th, 5th of May is opening up at 6-1. She's just making her second career start. She showed a little bit of early interest first time out. That was at 6 furlongs at Kentucky Downs, and then she just kind of fell apart in that race, but I can't hold her race at Kentucky Downs against her, but at least she had enough talent and speed to be involved early. And I don't know that she totally loved Kentucky Downs first time out as well. So I thought she could bounce back in a big way. That was going 6 furlongs. Today is stretching out to 1 1/8 miles, which is always a bit of a concern. But I just thought her pedigree was interesting to handle the distance. She's by Twirling Candy out of the Distorted Humor mare. She's bred top and bottom to handle this. And now she picks up the likes of Luan Machado, rider change on this filly. The number 10 horse is next, Estuary, for trainer Cherie DeVoe. And Cherie will always tell you that she doesn't always focus on winning first time out, and that her horses tend to improve in their second start. I know this horse didn't run a step first time out, and she wasn't even bet at all in that event either. But I am willing to forgive her the same way as I'm willing to forgive my top selection, the 6, that maybe she just did not handle the turf course, the dips and valleys that you have to deal with at a track like Kentucky Downs. But she can come back here, second start. She's been working really well in the morning. In fact, the clockers on our Today at Keeneland show like the way that she's been working in the morning for Cherie DeVoe. So I think there are a lot of positive signs with the number 10, Estuary. And then the 13 I'll go to here, throwing in the mix. Johnny Velasquez picks up the mount on the 13, Feeling Beachy. She came out of a troubled trip last time out. I don't think she was going to win that race, just considering all of the trouble that she faced. The problem is that sometimes this can be a bit of a habit for her, because first time out at Monmouth, she also didn't get out of the gate, and she found herself so far off of the pace that she just ran out of time to make up the ground. I think she's got a lot of talent, but she has to work out the right type of trip, and this outside post position could pose as a bit of a problem. Now, the 2, Elle McGeeth, is one more horse I wanted to mention for trainer Todd Pletcher. We have not seen her since March of this year at Gulfstream Park. She's another one that maybe she just has a tendency to find trouble. She bore out going into the first turn, and then she lugged in at the 8th pole. So she was really all over the racetrack that day under Irad Ortiz Jr. I like that they've tapped the brakes with her. Sometimes horses like that, with those idiosyncrasies and those fillies that can tend to be a little bit quirky, sometimes you need to just give them time to mature and figure it out, and then they come back an improved version of themselves. And that might be the case with the number 2, Elle McGeeth. She's got a nice pedigree, wonderful pedigree. They paid a lot of money for her as a yearling, $750,000 purchase price. So I think she's better than what she has shown as of late. This is a very competitive group of fillies. And again, do take note that the 13, Feeling Beachy, does draw in off the AE, and the 14 also draws in off the AE. We'll take a closer look at some of these runners as they come trackside and report more after the post parade. We are 15 minutes away from race number 5. This race does kick off that late pick 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Lantern Hill. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile and an eighth over the turf, listed good. The rail at 30 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 1, stay lost. Scratch the 4, she's the factor. Scratch 15, weighted average, and scratch 16 under the mistletoe. Jockey for number 3, Adristea, will be Irad Ortiz Jr. Jockey for the 6th, 5th of May, Luan Machado. 13 draws in, Feeling Beachy, John Velasquez, the jockey. 14, Enchant draws in, Flavian Pratt. As programmed, post time is 6 minutes.
Really competitive group of fillies coming up next for this allowance race. They're going to be heading out to the turf course at 1 mile and an eighth. All of these horses trying to get their first career victory, as this is a maiden special weight. The number 3 horse, Adristea, gets the likes of Irad Ortiz Jr. today, and she really did look the part. She looks fit. She also looks like a horse that will relish this distance on the turf course at 1 mile and an eighth. And look, she's got prior experience. This is going to be her 11th career start. Some people don't like that she hasn't been able to get the job done yet, but I do think that this is probably one of the more manageable fields that she's faced thus far. And mind you, she's raced in graded stakes races before as a maiden, so this is somewhat of a class relief. Again, she does look the part to me today. I thought, especially after looking at her, definitely a must-use. The 10 Estuary is a very big filly. She ran first time out at Kentucky Downs, and look, some horses like it, some horses don't. I have this crazy theory that horses who are a little bit more small and athletic, that type of build, have a tendency to get over that turf course a little bit better. Not necessarily the case, big, long, loping type of strided horse. And that seems to be the case with the number 10 Estuary. She's just a really big, good-looking filly, and also kind of looks like one that might take a start or two to figure it out. But I like what I see from this horse as well. The 14, Enchant, is drawing into this race as well, and she ran so well first time out. A filly by English Channel. She is going to have to work at a trip from this outside post position, but at least she has enough speed, as she showed first time out, to get herself involved in the race. That might not make a difference at the end of the day with this outside post position, but she ran really well first time out. She's a fiery little thing too. She came out to the track and she was just had a lot of pep in her step, which I actually like to see, especially with second time starter. She seems like she's awake, she's aware, and she's ready to roll at 5-2. Very competitive group, even with some of these scratches and the horses that draw into the race, makes it even more competitive. It's quite a way to round out that early pick 5. We're 2 minutes away from the 5th. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Lantern Hill, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 5. Stephanie's Warrior moves into line. 5th of May. Argentina Dad going in. Here's Lady Mize. I Am the Sauce moves into line along with Raconteuse. Feeling Beachy. Enchant, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Stephanie's Warrior for the lead with 5th of May. These two come forward in the opening strides. Raconteuse away 3rd, and Chant is going to be 4th, but caught to the far outside as they head down for the first turn. El McGeeth is away running 5th. Adristea comes out 6th and is joined there by Feeling Beachy, 7th upon the outside. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Lady Mize, who's back toward the inside. She travels along in the 8th position. Estuary, 9th up on the outside. Runaway Kitten, 10th, is back toward the rail as they swing off the first turn and onto the backstretch. I Am the Sauce, Argentina Dad to complete the field. The opening quarter went in 22.64 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Stephanie's Warrior leads at 3/4 of a length. 5th of May is 2nd. And there goes El McGeeth on the extreme outside, moving just outside of Enchant. Now, Enchant is 3rd, and El McGeeth is in 4th. They both move up, and now the lead battle stacks up 4 across the course. Followed by Raconteuse, 5th back toward the inside. Adristea, 6th in between horses. Followed by Feeling Beachy and Lady Mize back toward the rail. 48.61 seconds the time for the first half mile. 5th of May is alongside of Stephanie's Warrior. Enchant to join them. She's 3 lanes off the rail again, this time over on the far turn. El McGeeth tries to rally back up in the center of the course with a 4-wide move as they swing off the far turn. It is 5th of May with the lead now, joined by Enchant, who draws right alongside. There's a 1/4 mile to go. 3 more lengths back to El McGeeth in 3rd. Adristea is 4th, and Raconteuse is 5th, and trying to shift lanes. Raconteuse comes toward the outside with Feeling Beachy. Raconteuse now takes aim, comes after the front 3. Adristea has a narrow lead. Raconteuse is running on, but Adristea's got the jump on her by a length and a half. Adristea, Irad Ortiz Jr., Adristea to win it. Raconteuse was across the line in 2nd, and then close for 3rd in 1 minute 51.9 seconds.
Andrestea, she took a while to get going, but she finally is on track here today. Andrestea making her 11th career start, finally gets the job done here, and she actually got an ideal trip under Irad Ortiz Jr. She found herself a little bit more forwardly placed and able to get the jump on some of the other closers in this race and saving ground pretty much throughout, and she wins this thing pretty easily in the end. The number 12, Racontus, coming with a nice closing run, but finishing second best at the end of the day. 3:12 unofficially for the fifth.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth. 3 Adrestea first, 12 Racontus second, 7 Lady Mize third, 14 Enchant fourth, 3:12, 7:14 unofficial. Race 5, results official. 3:12, 7:14, the official results. Into the winner's circle, the official winner of Race 5, the Lantern Hill, 3 Adrestea. Owned and trained by Fergus Bogle, Irad Ortiz Jr. is the winning jockey. Adrestea, 3-year-old filly by Speitster. Out of Aristos by Bodemeister, bred in Kentucky by Mulligan Thoroughbreds. 1 1/8 over the turf listed good, 1 minute 51.9 seconds. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Adrastea. Keeneland sixth race upcoming. Double and pick three wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Back to the main track we go, which is listed fast. Race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Take out the also eligibles. 13 and 14 did not draw into the race.
Race 6 is up next, and this race does kick off the final pick 3 opportunity of this Wednesday card. A mile and a 16th on the main track. Main track, of course, listed as fast. This is a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds. And I land on the number 3 Whiskey Shot as the top selection. So my thought process here is it's really hard to get a horse prepared to win first time out, especially at Ellis going the mile distance. It's not a true two-turn mile, but you still really have to be fit in order to win first time out. And Rudolph, he usually focuses on developing horses and not necessarily focusing on winning first time out, just hoping that they get a little something out of their first start and then they come back a better, improved version of themselves. Sometimes they win second time out, sometimes they win third time out. But I just thought that this horse, it kind of fits that description. He also showed a lot of early interest. He drew the rail post position, another thing to overcome that day, but he stalked the pace early and then tired late. I at least like that he got something out of it. It was a fast early pace. He chased that pace. I think he should be able to come out of that race fitter and hopefully with an improvement today. The 3 Whiskey Shot, my top selection today. The number 11 Morlock is another horse that I think you can consider. Again, looking at that last race, he actually finished second in the race that Whiskey Shot comes out of. So Strumman was ultimately the winner of the race, but Morlock finished a good runner-up effort to him. And sometimes we see this with Eddie Keneally's horses, that slow and steady progression. This horse ran first time out at 5 furlongs. He came back at 7 furlongs. That was an improvement from his first race, and then he stretched out to the mile. Now today they finally get the ideal distance for this horse. He's by Bernardini, he's out of an include mare, and I do think a mile and a 16th, 2 turns, traditional 2-turn distance should be preferred for him, and he has enough speed to get himself into a good early position. And then finally the 8 Kinetic Control. He came from the clouds last time out. He started to pick up the pieces late. He lost to a horse by the name of Handsome Pants, who came back to run in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Now, he ran 8th in that event, so do what you will with that information. Kinetic Control is clearly a very nice horse, and if he doesn't break his maiden today, he's going to break his maiden very soon. But I do wonder what kind of trip he's going to navigate today. First time out, he was a little bit more forwardly placed, going 7 furlongs. Last time out, he did not get out of the starting gate, and he found himself with way too much to do, especially on the main track at Churchill Downs. So his problem really starts from the gate. He doesn't always have these quick gate breaks, and I think that's kind of catching up to him in the latter portion of his race. If he can get out of the gate well, get into a good position, that's perfect. But if he's a short price, it's just something to consider. Right now, he's very fair on the board at 5-2. Competitive group of 2-year-olds. We'll take a closer look at them as they come trackside. We're 13 minutes out from the 6th.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Blue Diamond Stud, mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Maiden special for 2-year-olds. Take out the also eligible 13 and 14 did not draw into the race. Post time at 5 minutes.
The 8, Kinetic Control, getting a nice warm-up there under jockey Corey Lannery, and this horse really did look the part. Again, it's kind of all of his issues stem from the gait issues, but sometimes experience is key with horses. He couldn't look any better on the track. You can see he's awake, he's aware, he's getting a really good warm-up in under Corey Lannery, and he just looks like a horse that wants to go. He definitely doesn't want to be stopped, as you can see him fighting with Corey there to go a little bit slower, but he looks great. I do think after looking at the horses in the post-parade, he certainly seems like the horse to beat. The number 9, Cooper, just to his outside. This is another horse that really didn't have a good trip early last time out. And again, with Bill Mott's horses, sometimes it's that slow and steady progression with each of their races. 6 furlongs, first time out, he probably wasn't going to win that. Second time out, I think there's a case to be made that he might have even won that last race because of the poor beginning that he had. This is a horse that has a much more gait speed than what he showed in his second start. It was just the early trouble that cost him being so far off of the pace. But from a physical standpoint, I like him as well. He looks like a very classy individual, and I think he should perform well today. If you're looking for a price outside of those top 2 in the wagering, and I think the 5, Fever Night, he was a horse that I used in my top 3, but I actually liked him a lot more after looking at him on the track today. He finished a good third, first time out, certainly outrunning his odds at 36-1, but he definitely has a look from a physical standpoint that leads me to believe that he wants more ground, and he finally gets that today, 1 mile and a 16th. So I think you can give him a bit of a pass for the 6.5 effort, first time out. He looks like a 2-turn horse, and hopefully he can perform like a better 2-turn horse at 14-1 and maybe outrun his odds once again today. Competitive group of 2-year-olds for this maiden special weight. Final pick 3 opportunity of the day starts now. Good luck.
know it wasn't just that.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Blue Diamond Stud. Moving into line, race 6. Whiskey Shot and Cooper move into line. Monet's Magic. Now Otter Mischief. Morlock goes in. Fever Night comes forward. Now Bracket Buster. Perfect Force, the last one, going in. First wire at the post. And they're off. There's Discotheque, and there's Bracket Buster. Bracket Buster now goes to the front. Discotheque applies pressure from the inside, though, as they head for the first turn. Kinetic Control comes away between horses in third. World Beater is in fourth. Otter Mischief is in between horses in fifth. Morlock is wide, 3 wide, and sixth around the first turn. Moves up around Kinetic Control, who drops back one position, a lane off the rail outside of Whiskey Shot, who's now seventh down toward the inside. And then Fever Night, who is eighth and is racing near the back of the pack down toward the rail, about 8 lengths off the lead. Perfect Force comes next, moves up carefully between horses, one position for the move up the back stretch. And then further back comes Freaky. Now, Freaky has dropped out to next to last as Monet's Magic has moved around him from the outside, and Cooper is struggling to keep up early and is some 15 to 17 lengths off the lead. Now, the first quarter was 23.28, the half in 47.89 seconds. Discotheque is the leader. Bracket Buster is alongside, and next separates the top two. Morlock is moving up again. Morlock on the outside is third, less than a length off the front pair. Whiskey Shot fourth between horses. World Beater fifth down toward the inside. And then Otter Mischief, who is wide around the far turn and is still in sixth position, 7 off the lead. Kinetic Control has to go to his outside, 8 lengths from the front as they move for the top of the short stretch. Morlock comes on from the outside to challenge Bracket Buster, who's gotten the lead off the turn, but Morlock is there. Discotheque drops back. Whiskey Shot goes to third. Final furlong. Morlock, Bracket Buster, Morlock stride for stride. 3 more lengths back to Whiskey Shot in third. It is Bracket Buster with a narrow lead. Here's the wire. Bracket Buster, John Velasquez to win it. Morlock was home second. Whiskey Shot was across the line in third. And then it'll be close for fourth, either Monet's Magic from the outside or Cooper from the inside in that photo for fourth.
Third time's a charm for the 6 Bracket Buster, making his 3rd career start, an improvement in each and every race prior to that. But all it took was getting a little bit of added distance. This horse is slowly but surely figuring it out. You could see he wasn't even on the right lead coming down the stretch, but he still gets up to win this race and fighting off a legitimate challenge from the 11 Morlock all the way coming down the lane, and just shows how game this horse was down on the inside under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. 6-11-3 unofficially for race number 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 6, Bracket Buster first. The 11 Morlock second. 3 Whiskey Shot third. 10 Monet's Magic fourth. 6-11-3-10 unofficial. Results official for race 6. Upset winner of the 6th, the Blue Diamond Stud. Number 6, Bracket Buster. Owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Vicky Oliver, John Velasquez, the jockey. Bracket Buster, a 2-year-old son of Vacoma, out of Spring Dance by Dance with Ravens, bred in Kentucky by David Baxter. Keeneland September graduate Bracket Buster, 1 minute 45.34 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Results are official, 6-11-3-10, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Blue Diamond Stud trophy presentation to the connections of Bracket Buster. Keeneland 7th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 7. Track fast, turf listed good.
Seventh race is up next. It's a nice 2 other than allowance optional claiming race, and they're going to be heading out to the dirt course at the distance of 6 furlongs to kick off the first half of the late daily double on this 8-race program. This is where the conversation starts. In my opinion, the number 1 Silver Rose for trainer Brad Cox and Florent Giroux will be aboard today. This filly, she has kind of fallen off in terms of her last 2 races. I thought should have run a little bit better last time out. Prior to that, at Presque Isle, she didn't run a step, but that was over the Tapeta or all-weather surface at Presque Isle. So you can give her a pass for that at the very least. I think the key to success today is for her to go from the rail. This race appears to, it really doesn't have a lot of speed in here. I mean, it's 4 Viscountess might show a little bit of speed. I don't think Miss Enchanted is fast enough to go with Silver Rose. When you look at Silver Rose's race at Churchill Downs on the 25th of May, even back in June at Churchill Downs, she had enough speed to make the lead, and those were pretty honest fractions, especially her race back in May. So I'm hoping that she can some way find that speed at this distance today and take the field wire to wire, because I truly think that there is not another horse in here that can run with her early. The 3 Lady Moscato was a horse I wanted to include in here at 6-1. Her last race wasn't great. In fact, her last couple of races haven't been great, and maybe at the end of the day she is just a horse that really blossoms at Oaklawn, because her races at Oaklawn far exceed her races that we've seen as of late. But I thought that she could maybe sit the right type of trip in here, maybe just mid-pack right off the pace. And she has faced some pretty quality horses at the level. Bright Work, obviously, in the Prioress, Miss Justify, Fibber. Those are really good horses. So Lady Moscato, I threw into the mix just from a class standpoint. And then the 6, Miss Enchanted, she is your current favorite at 8-5. She comes in off of a win, an allowance win at Saratoga, and that was a really impressive victory. She beat the field that day by over 2 lengths, and it was a big field of 9. My issue with her is this distance. Sometimes 7 furlongs can be a bit of a niche distance, and I think she has thrived at 7 furlongs and 6.5 furlongs. Now she has to take her talents and cut them back to 6 furlongs. The last time she went this distance was at Churchill Downs, and she actually lost against high-level maiden claiming company. I know that was off of a layoff, but it's just something to consider. I do think the distance in the past couple of starts has made a difference. We'll see if she can continue and go back-to-back on form today. But I am on the 1 Silver Rose as the top pick for today's feature. Good luck.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mulholland Springs allowance optional claiming race for a prize of $125,000. 3-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 7. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in 7 minutes.
Wanted to kind of focus on a horse that obviously is taking money at 2-1, the number 6 Miss Enchanted, although the favorite right now is the rail horse Silver Rose at 3-2. Miss Enchanted, she looks really sharp today, and I wanted to see that sharpness in her because of this distance today. I still think that she is very good at 7 furlongs. She has beaten some really quality fields at that distance, even at 6.5 furlongs. 6 furlongs, the cut back to today's distance might take a little step out of her, but she is at least showing a sharpness that I like to see despite this distance, and that tells me that she can be maybe forwardly placed today. I don't think she's going to be on the lead. I don't think she's fast enough to be on the lead, but I don't think she'll be too far off of it. I'll talk about another priced horse. That's the 2 Sing a Little Song for trainer Ian Wilkes. I also thought she made a lovely appearance today. She didn't run well last time out in the Charlestown Oaks, but that's a 2-turn, 7 furlong distance. Some horses like Charlestown, sometimes they don't. And she's a sprinter. We learned a lot from her route races in the past that 2 turns doesn't work for her. I don't care if it's a mile and a 16th going 2 turns or 7 furlongs going 2 turns. She's a 1-turn sprinter. And her 1-turn races have actually been quite good. The last time that she went up against Silver Rose, in fact, she finished 3rd to her, but the pace scenario wasn't ideal. They went very slowly up front. She couldn't catch the likes of Silver Rose. She might, unfortunately, be caught in that similar position today, paceless race going 6 furlongs, but I really liked how she looked today, and maybe she could run well here at odds of 10-1. Good group of fillies coming up next in the featured allowance race. Race 7 is 4 minutes out. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mulholland Springs. Moving into line race 7. Silver Rose into the gate. Sing a Little Song comes forward. Lady Moscato. Here's Viscountess. 2 more to load. Bedazzlem comes forward. Misenchanted, the last one. Goes in. At the post. And they're off. There goes Misenchanted, quick into stride from the far outside starting spot. Silver Rose right there. Silver Rose now scoots up the rail and has the early lead. Sing a Little Song between that pair is now in second. Misenchanted third. Bedazzlem moves up on the far outside into fourth. Lady Moscato close up in tight down toward the rail in fifth. Just a length and a half off the lead. Then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Viscountess, who is last of the 6. Silver Rose the leader. Silver Rose leads at a length and a half to Sing a Little Song. Lady Moscato moves up to the inside. Bedazzlem moves to the far outside. The opening quarter went in 22.59 seconds. Silver Rose chased by Bedazzlem. Now Sing a Little Song again moves up between horses. Misenchanted tries to come forward. She is 3 lanes off the rail, moving by the quarter pole. Lady Moscato had to back away. She's back into fifth. Viscountess last. Bedazzlem grandstand side. Silver Rose against the rail. Sing a Little Song is there. Lady Moscato back down toward the inside. Misenchanted is still in fifth. Here's Sing a Little Song to challenge Silver Rose. Lady Moscato third. Silver Rose a 2-length lead. 16th to go. Silver Rose, Florent Giroux aboard. Holding off Sing a Little Song. Silver Rose wins it. Sing a Little Song was second. Lady Moscato third. And Misenchanted was fourth.
Well, hugging the rail, it's the shortest way around the track, and that's what we saw Florent Giroux give the number 1 Silver Rose, a rail skimming ride from that rail post position. He also asked her a little bit coming out of the starting gate and managed to secure that front running style here and taking the field gate to wire. The two sing a little song. She was much more forwardly placed today, but she was no match for the winner who takes the field wire to wire. The number 1 Silver Rose, your winner of today's feature.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: number 1, Silver Rose, first. Number 2, Sing a Little Song, second. Number 3, Lady Moscato, third. Number 6, Miss Enchanted, fourth. 1, 2, 3, 6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Mulholland Springs, the unofficial winner, number 1, Silver Rose, owned by Twin Creeks Racing Stable, LLC, of Stephen Davison and Randy Galat, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. Silver Rose, 3-year-old filly by Constitution, out of Pure Silver by Mission Impossible, bred in Kentucky by Twin Creeks Farm. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.59 seconds. 7th race results official, 1, 2, 3, 6. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Mulholland Springs Trophy presentation to the connections of Silver Rose. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Carryover of $6,320 for the Toyota Super High 5. The turf is listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Scratch the 2, Ninja Star. Scratch the 7, Born Flashy. Also scratch number 8, Thornberry. Also scratch 12, Black Rain. And scratch 15, Count Dracula. Jockey for number 10, El Rey Rey, Irad Ortiz Jr. 10 El Rey Rey, Irad Ortiz Jr. is the jockey. 13 Round Top draws in, 14 Over and Ollie draws in, and 16 Samba Lover also draws into the race. Jockeys as programmed.
The eighth and final race on this Wednesday program is upon us. This field will be heading out to the turf course at 1 mile and a 16th for this first level allowance race. And as we just saw, there's a super high five carryover here in the finale of just over $6,300, where you have to pick the first 5 finishers in this finale. And it's not going to be an easy task, just considering how big this field is. But I do like the number 1 Green Light, and so too does everybody else betting on this race, because this horse opens up at 3-2. I'm not surprised to see that, though. He just comes into this race with the strongest form. He lost an allowance race last time out, but that was against Donegal Momentum. That horse came back to win the Giaponti at the Belmont and Aqueduct meet, improving his Beyer speed figure, and he has lost to some really nice horses, Cameo Performance being one of them, Brilliant Birdie being another one of them. This horse has been very good as of late. Now, they did put the blinkers on him for the first time last time out, and our very own Tom Leach caught up with Rudy Brisset and asked him about that, and he did mention that he was a little late switching his leads. It's been something that they've been working on him each and every start. And they thought that it was now finally time to add the blinkers last time out in order to maybe help achieve that. So this horse is clearly talented. He's still learning. But from this rail post position, I think Jose Ortiz is going to go and say, catch me if you can at this distance. The number 3 big to do is a long shot that I'm going to be throwing into the exacta, because this is the only way that you're probably going to make money here. 1-3 exacta is going to pay very nicely. Big to do is a horse that I think will be overlooked in here, but he only has 1 start on the turf course. That was under the care of Brad Cox, but he finished 3rd in that allowance race at Horseshoe Indy. Now, he ran against the 5 horse that's running in this race today, Khatib, and I actually thought he ran a better race than the 5. This horse was checked back to last. He was in the back of the pack. He went to go make a move. He was boxed in the entire time, but he was absolutely running. So don't be fooled. This horse is a turf horse. I don't know if he's quite this quality, but I think he can outrun his odds at 28-1. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Clever Mischief, for trainer Chad Brown. This horse has been running at Saratoga. Last time out, he did ship to Kentucky Downs to try his hand at going the mile on the turf there, and he lost to Degree of Risk, who's a very nice horse for Nolan Ramsey. He had back form going into that race. He had more experience as well, so I can't really hold his loss against him last time out. And you have to love his running style. He's going to get himself into the race. I think he's a very logical contender in this final event at 7-2. But with some of these scratches, we have some rider changes. We also have horses drawing in off the also eligible list. The 13 Round Top does draw into this race. He's 9-1 right now, as well as the 14 Over in Ollie also draws into the race at 10-1. It's a competitive group. We'll take a closer look at them as they come trackside soon. We're 16 minutes out from the 8th and final. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Woods Edge Allowance. 3-year-olds and up at 1 mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. The rail at 30 feet today. Carryover of $6,320 for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 2, Ninja Star. Scratch 7, Born Flashy. Scratch the 8, Thornberry. Scratch 12, Black Rain. And scratch 15, Count Dracula. Jockey for the 10, El Rey Rey. Irad Ortiz Jr. rides the 10. A reminder, 13, 14, and 16 draw into the race. Jockeys as programmed. Post time at 7 minutes.
Eighth and final race is set and ready to go. The number 1 Green Light getting a strong warm-up there under Jose Ortiz. And this horse has had 6 starts this year. So obviously at this time of the year in the fall, after kind of a longer campaign, you want to look at condition, how these horses are maintaining onto their muscle mass, their weight, everything. And across the board, this horse looks just as good as he did as I remember seeing him at Churchill Downs a couple months ago. He's holding on to really good weight. He looks happy. His energy levels are good. All positive signs for your heavy favorite at even money, the number 1 Green Light. Hopefully he can take the field wire to wire, as he is my top pick, and I am not dissuaded after seeing him on track today. The number 4 Voltage was very intriguing to me. He certainly looks like a 2-turn turf horse. He's big in size and scope. He's got these big turf feet on him and slack pasterns, everything that leads me to believe that this is the appropriate surface and distance for him. He also comes into this race with a very quick workout, 46 flat right here at Keeneland, going 4 furlongs, best of 72 that day. We actually showed that workout on today at Keeneland this morning, and he was doing it well within himself. He also galloped out pretty well. So all things that you want to see, especially considering such a fast workout. Looking at his past performances, I still wonder what kind of trip he wants. Does he want the lead? Does he want to be taken back off the pace? Considering that workout, I would think that he will be forward today. He just has a sharpness about him that leads me to believe that he will be forwardly placed. But he looks great coming in off the layoff for trainer Michael Stidham. And then the 14, finally, Over and Ollie. I think he's up against it from a class standpoint. Every time that, when he finally broke his maiden. It was against Maiden Claiming Company, and then he came back on the dirt last time out and he won by 6 lengths. Maybe this is a horse that's just doing really well right now. I still have my reservations in terms of how good he is, and does his turf form stack up against this competition today. We will see, but he looks fantastic on the track. So I definitely wanted to show him and show how he's warming up today, because he's just exuding a lot of confidence in these warm-ups under Frankie Dettori. He's 9-1 on the board right now, but it looks like the betting public has landed on the one green light, as have I, as we are 3 minutes out from the 8th and final.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Woods Edge. Moving into line, race 8. Ocean Victory comes forward. Voltage. Kathib with Round Top. Clever Mischief. Over and Ollie moves into line. Samba Lover, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they are off. An awkward beginning there for Round Top. Went to his knees at the start, recovers, but is last as they head down toward the first turn. Boltage is away in good order. In fact, Boltage will move up toward the inside and take a narrow lead here in the opening stride. Sovereign's Joy will go second toward the outside. Ocean Victory is third. Clever Mischief against the rail in fourth. Kathib, a lane off the rail, is fifth. Big To Do saves ground to the inside in sixth. Samba Lover, 3 wide seventh. El Rey Rey is eighth in between horses. Over and Ollie, ninth back toward the inside. Green Light is in 10th, and Round Top is last of the 11. The opening quarter went in 23.1 seconds. On to the backstretch, Boltage leads it by just 1 length. Sovereign's Joy is second, 3/4 of a length. Ocean Victory third ahead to the outside of Clever Mischief, who is fourth. Midpoint of the backstretch, Kathib toward the outside is in fifth, still 6 lengths off the lead. And it's joined by Big To Do, Samba Lover, El Rey Rey, Over and Ollie, Green Light, Round Top last. It was 47.81 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Boltage is the leader. Boltage leads it by 1.5 lengths to Sovereign's Joy. Ocean Victory is wide in third, moving up within 1.5 lengths of the leader. Clever Mischief is fourth back toward the inside. Kathib is fifth and is still 6 lengths from the lead. El Rey Rey, 8 lengths to make up, has to angle wide. Green Light has to go to the grandstand side, 10 lengths from the front, and they're into the stretch. Ocean Victory is trying to move up along with Clever Mischief into the stretch, and Clever Mischief will do the better work and moves by for the lead. It is Clever Mischief, a narrow lead. Green Light coming late, running out of time. Green Light from far back to win it. Green Light. Jose Ortiz rallying down the stretch for the win.
Green Light is an absolute runner. He had never been put in a position like this before. For some reason, he didn't get out of the gate today. He was dead last going into the first turn. Actually, I think he had 1 horse beaten. And then Jose Ortiz just taking his time, being very patient. He knew what kind of horse was underneath of him, angling out at the top of the stretch, out in the clear, and coming with this impressive closing kick, something that we had never seen before. But he closes from off of it, passes the 2 horses to his inside. It looked like he had an unbelievable task at the top of the stretch, but somehow he pulls this off to get the finale as the favorite. The one Green Light, your winner of race number 8 unofficially.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th. 1 Green Light first. 6 Clever Mischief second. 4 Boltage third. 3 Big To Do fourth. 13 Round Top fifth. 164 313. Unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Woods Edge, number 1, Green Light. The unofficial winner, owned by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds LLC of Peter Blum, which bred the winner in Kentucky, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Green Light, 3-year-old son of Hard Spun out of Electric by Smart Strike. Mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 44.05 seconds. 2 wins today for trainer Rodolphe Brisset. And the winner's circle, the Woods Edge Trophy presentation to the connections of Green Light. Results of race 8 official. 164-313, the official results. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for tomorrow's card. Live racing resumes here tomorrow at Keeneland, 1 p.m. Eastern. This reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for approximately 30 more minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, we thank you and bid you good evening.